Good evening. I will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:02 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yeah. Oh,
Councilmember Shake,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, 13B, Real Property, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, and 13C, Conference with Labor Negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Section 54957B1, 54956.8, and 54957.6. Will return after closed session. Thank you. Super. So we're going to get this meeting started. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the City Council chamber, along with everyone else watching remotely. We've been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report out?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
Great. Moving on to item 2, flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there's anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Now let's please all rise, and Councilman Sheikh will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilman Gerson in the invocation.
Thank you. Please put your right hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. As we gather together tonight, let us remember the important role each of us plays. We are facing a great many challenges, but through cooperation, collaboration, advocacy, and sound policy making, we can lessen or even eliminate some of those future barriers. The tragedy of the recent wildfires has demonstrated that great things can happen when a community comes together, even in the face of tremendous destruction and loss. Tonight, we honor the courage and dedication of our first responders who stand tirelessly to defend life and property, especially our Torrance firefighters and our Torrance police officers who went to fight the wildfires and prevent looting from those who would take advantage of the victims of the wildfires. May we approach our work together tonight with wisdom, compassion, and a shared commitment to the well-being of our residents, our businesses, our city, and the earth that sustains all of us. Finally, we thank you for the opportunity to serve our great city. Join me in saying amen.
If everyone can remain standing tonight, I'd like to kick off our City Council meeting with a special performance as we honor the bravery and dedication of our Torrance Fire and Police officers who provided mutual aid and support during the Eaton and Palisades fire. Janice Chilcote, a proud resident of Torrance and a dedicated city employee since 2017, first joined the Park Services Division, the Fleet Services, and now serves as an administrative assistant in the General Services Department. Beyond her service to the city, Janice has been a vocalist for most of her life. Raised in a musical family, she began singing in church as a child and continued her vocal training through college and private instruction. Her talents have taken her from recording studios and national tours to performances with renowned artists, as well as appearances at professional football and basketball games, including the Los Angeles Lakers and various celebrity fundraisers. It's my privilege and honor to welcome Janice Chilcote as she performs the national anthem for us. Janice?
Oh, say, can you see
Please be seated. I believe there's a video we're going to show right now.
Thank you to all the first responders. We appreciate everything you're doing.
I wanted to thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for being heroes, and bless you.
Torrance and police, stay strong, stay healthy.
We thank you so much for your hard work and dedication, and we're just so excited to welcome you back to Torrance.
Welcome back home. Thanks for all the hard work out there on the fire lines. We really appreciate it.
Welcome home, Torrance firefighters.
Destructive wildfires threaten life and property across LA County starting Tuesday, January 7th. That same day, Torrance Fire and Police Departments got the call to get out there and help.
I've never experienced anything like that, where literally whole neighborhoods were on fire.
This was like nothing I'd ever seen.
Devastation. It was almost surreal. You see a lot of crazy stuff in this profession, and that was something I'd never seen before.
That's that house we were just trying to save.
A total of 16 Torrance firefighters and 2 fire chiefs assisted with the firefighting efforts in Pacific Palisades.
We could see the smoke from here in Torrance before even leaving.
The first 48 hours was pretty intense. This was really the first one that I had been to where it was such a chaotic scene where people and homes were being imminently threatened and were starting to burn.
We go out on the strike team, we'll be on for 24 hours, and they'll give us a day of rest and then come back on 24 hours later.
Over in Pasadena, a total of 25 Torrance police officers, supervisors, and a lieutenant rotated shifts, helping to secure the evacuation zones.
I was playing with my son, and the text came out that needed some bodies to help out.
We all responded to the Rose Bowl. Our shift was going to be 6 at night to around 6 to 8 in the morning.
This was my first time responding to a disaster like the wildfires. Completely eye-opening once I got there, seeing all the structures destroyed by the fires and all the families displaced.
The homes were leveled. You saw foundations where the brick fireplaces used to be, if they had that. The ones that were existing, they were unsecured, so people could definitely break in there. So our job was just to keep people out of there.
Both fire and police say this has been an unforgettable event.
So this house is on fire. What's left of that house is on fire. We're trying to save this one right here.
I think the hardest part was going back a couple days later to buildings that we had saved, only to find them burned to the ground.
Firefighter Norris got deployed again last week, this time to assist with the Eaton fire burn area in case of debris flows after the rain. And the support went even beyond our fire and police departments.
You had people that were all over the world, honestly, trying to figure out what do we do? How can we help, especially here in the city of Torrance? So we thought to give the city manager the authority to designate the ability to have one of our city buses stuffed with supplies that are truly, truly needed.
During 1 week, community members brought their donations to the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. And city employees drove up to Altadena to deliver the items.
We've gotten multi-shipments from different organizations, but the only city that actually brought buses was the city of Torrance, and that's really appreciative to our local community. They need all the stuff that these guys brought. There's no water up here, so water is huge. We probably went through 90,000 packages of 24 packs of water.
The 7-Eleven on Artesia Boulevard and Yukon Avenue donated 80 cases of water to help fill that need. The city's emergency services manager explains other donations quickly got dispersed.
The diapers, they actually had to start rationing because they were just so low on quantity, and because we were able to bring so much of your donation, they were able to actually provide full boxes.
Others in the community gave generously in different ways.
Food Forward supplies fresh produce to a number of what we call receiving agencies.
Some of those organizations are participating directly in fire relief efforts, and the produce that we recover is going to support.
Discover Torrance is teaming with all of our hotels to provide those who have been displaced by the fires with a special room rate.
At Sonesta ES Suites, we are a safe haven for families being affected by the fires. Whether you're a small family of 4 or a large family of 8, we're also pet friendly. All of our rooms are fully equipped with a kitchenette and a separate living area from the bedroom.
We got to give back to our community, so we might as well create a scenario where we can be uplifting in some way using our skills and services.
We've been through many fire evacuations before, but this one was exceptionally windy.
We're not just a barber. I feel like sometimes we're therapists. It's all up to them if they want to talk about it or not. If not, we can talk about the Lakers, Dodgers winning the World Series, you know. Something as small as that.
It's more than a haircut. It's really detrimental that we bring people together through these services and be able to comfort them.
It's tough. I wouldn't know what to say because I've never been in that kind of position. This is the least we could do, show some support by making people feel good, especially in these rough times.
Some of the things that we're doing consist of making sure that people are led to the appropriate shelters. The Salvation Army is feeding at many of those sites, has case managers ready to work with those who have been affected by this disaster. We have emotional and spiritual care teams. We are there with them, walking alongside them, because they are our neighbors in need.
Sadly, one of our YMCAs in the Palisades did burn to the ground. We're really working to try to support them as much as we can. We received a massive amount of water, food, baby items. We kind of snapped into high gear. That's kind of what the Y does. If there's a need in the community, that's what we'll do.
And the owner of John's Boutique in downtown Torrance donated half of her store inventory to help fire victims and used her space as a collection site for more contributions.
They lost everything, not only houses, the memories, everything. And it felt so bad, and I love to help, so I decided to do that.
Elected officials thank everyone, especially our first responders, who dropped everything when duty called.
I happen to know people who have lost their houses in those areas. I appreciate that the city of Torrance sent first responders to assist. And not only that, we collected donations for the communities. So thank you to our community and thank you to our first responders.
This is Torrance pride in a big way right here, just how we cared for everyone. It's a time to be grateful. It's a time to just sit back and realize that not only do we have an amazing city, but we have an amazing community, and it's made us stronger.
It is devastating, heartbreaking to see 16,000 structures were devastated. It is just unbelievable. Anytime we see any of the photos, videos, images, we see our firefighters right there, like a few yards away from blazing fire. Honestly, this is a bravery. This is utmost bravery. The commitment, the dedication to our community, and they put their lives on the line for us. Thank you for your services. You are the true heroes.
Your sacrifices are very appreciated. Not only you have to go out there and do the hard work near the Palisades or Altadena, you are also protecting us simultaneously. And for that, we are so grateful.
Always a sense of pride, but also scared for them, you know. It's like, just never know, looking at all the devastation that's been happening. Just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to our men and women of our police department and fire department for all the hard work they do every day. So thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, I want to say how much we appreciate you going and representing Torrance. We know it was a sacrifice for you. We know it was a sacrifice from your families, and we just want to say thank you.
We want to thank you for dropping everything. This was a major disruption in your lives and also in the lives of your family and your friends. But thank you so much for taking up the call and going out to the fire lines, because for those families out there, they really needed our support, especially at this very tragic time.
I would just like to give a big heartfelt thanks to our public safety, our police and our firefighters in this time of need. It's not easy working those long hours, being away from your families, but you really stepped up when people needed you the most, and we appreciate it.
My father is retired LA City Fire, and I remember when he went off to fight wildfires, and it was a scary time. And so I want to personally thank you for taking the time and being brave and going up and representing all of us and attacking that craziness that is up there and coming back in one piece. We appreciate you and just thank you.
It is nice to kind of come back and share those experiences. We all kind of came together to lift each other up and notice when somebody needed a break, we would, offer breaks and kind of take different workloads. And I think overall it just worked really naturally and good.
You realize even though we spent 2 weeks and we come back to normal, and we don't forget about it, but it's not on the forefront of your mind. And these people are living that for the next 5 or 10 years of their life. And that's devastating for those families.
Watch more from our firefighters and police officers on our YouTube channel at Torrance City Cable. I'm Christine Lee with the City of Torrance.
Thank you, City Cable. And again, thank you, Janice, for that wonderful national anthem. The Eaton and Paradise fires have been one of the most devastating disasters of our region's history, displacing families, destroying homes, disrupting lives. The sheer scale of the destruction has been heartbreaking. But through it all, we have witnessed incredible bravery and resilience. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our first responders, emergency crews, volunteers for their swift assistance and enduring commitment to providing mutual aid, especially in this time of need. The video you just saw, you heard some of our heroes and see some of the overwhelming appreciation from our community. Their courage and dedication reminds us that even in our darkest moments, the spirit of Torrance shines bright. Mutual aid by our fire and first responders, such as fire and police department, actually are not new. You're called upon regularly to provide mutual aid. And there have been times when we have requested mutual aid, such as when we had the massive youth mob at Del Amo Fashion Center, causing disruptions. Or during our annual Armed Forces Day parade, we have lots of mutual aid from other South Bay platoon helping us as risk mitigation for a potential hazardous situation. On behalf of all the residents of the city of Torrance, my colleagues here in the City Council and the city staff, thank you for your sacrifices that you and your families make on a regular basis, even if it was not the Paradise or the Eaton fire. We know that you all do this on a regular basis. And for that, we thank you because you're always there when duty calls. And now I'd like to celebrate, to conclude our celebration with a big, giant group photo. If we can get all those who are here from the fire and the police department. I'm gonna need your help, and maybe Sal, you can help me how to group them together. And I'm gonna ask, and then at the end, to see where us 7, do we stay up here or we kind of fit down there? So with the police, all those who are with us today, I know some of your colleagues are not here, and for those of you who are not here, we are grateful. So these are the representatives from our first responders. And I want to give a heads up. I believe we have some former elected officials here. I want to invite them to also join us. I believe I see former Mayor Fury. I see former Councilwoman Heidi Ashcraft. I don't know if former Assemblyman and Councilman George Nakano is still here. Yeah, to also find your way here. Our appreciation for our first responders is not just this elected body. Every administration elected, we prioritize our first responders. Without keeping our community safe, nothing else really matters here in this city. We can't do anything if we don't feel safe. Okay, Sal, should we stand up back here or you want us to come down? Come down? Okay, let's come down. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we thank you for the work that you will do in the future, because we know you do this all the time. Right? Yeah. All right. All right. So that was a little different, but that was good. I think we need to celebrate and show our appreciation. But like I said, these men and women, they do it all the time right now. I know this last one was a big one, but they do this regularly, and we do appreciate them. Moving on to item 3, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and our supplemental items.
There are none, Your Honor. Thank you.
Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5, council and committee meetings and announcements. I'll go first. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Iris Cummings Critchell, a pioneering Olympian, aviator, educator, and advocate who passed away on January 24th, 2025 in Claremont, California at the age of 104. A swimming prodigy, Miss Critchell won 3 national championships before even competing in the 1936 Berlin Olympics. At just 15 years old, she represented the United States, showcasing her exceptional talent and determination. Her passion for excellence extended beyond the pool. In 1940, while studying at USC, she earned her pilot's license, a decision that would propel her into aviation history. During World War II, she joined the Women's Auxiliary Ferrying Squadron, an elite group of female pilots responsible for transporting military aircraft. This unit later merged with the legendary Women's Air Force Service Pilots, also known as WASP, where she flew both fighters and bombers, ensuring that critical aircraft reached military bases and battlefronts. During a refueling stop in Louisiana, she met Howard Critchell, a fellow pilot and aviation instructor. That chance meeting led to a marriage of more than 70 years, built on a shared love of flying, teaching, and inspiring future generations of aviators. Miss Critchell's legacy lives on at Zamperini Field, a place she called home. She competed in 16 transcontinental air races, including 2 from Torrance Airport, and spent 38 years teaching aeronautics and flight at 3 major colleges, including 35 years as the director and chief flight instructor of the Bates Foundation's aeronautics program at Harvey Mudd College. Her lifelong contributions to aviation education were recognized on September 16, 2023 when a roll of airplane hangars at Torrance Airport Zamperini Field was dedicated in her honor. As part of the ceremony, she received certificates of recognition from both houses of the California State Legislature, delivered talks on her experiences as a pilot, instructor, and advocate for women in aviation. Beyond her distinguished career, Ms. Critchell was a tireless advocate for women in aviation, mentoring young women and championing opportunities for female pilots. Iris Critchell's legacy is one of courage, trailblazing achievements, and inspiration, from the swimming pool to the cockpit to the classroom. The City of Torrance is proud to recognize her extraordinary life and legacy. We extend our heartfelt condolences to her family and friends. Thank you. Next item will be by Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. There we are. As we prepare for the upcoming rainy season, we want to remind the community of the City of Torrance Public Works Department is providing free sandbags to Torrance residents to help protect homes and properties from potential flooding. Residents can receive up to 10 sandbags per year based on availability. Sandbags are available at the City Yard, located at 20500 Madrona Avenue. Again, the address is 20500 Madrona Avenue. Mondays through Thursday from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. and alternate Fridays from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Please check the city's website for City Hall's Friday schedule, as Public Works is closed every other Friday. To receive sandbags, residents must present a valid ID or a Torrance utility bill as proof of residency. Sandbags are for Torrance residents only and are not available for businesses. For assistance, please call Public Works at 310-781-6900. Again, that number is 310-781-6900 before heading over. During after-hours storm emergencies, residents can contact the Torrance Fire Department at 310-781-7042 for the sandbag information. For emergency and disaster planning resources, contact City of Torrance Emergency Services at 310-618-5725. And I apologize, there's a lot of phone numbers to write down, but again, City of Torrance Emergency Services is 310-618-5725. Also, the American Red Cross at 310-330-7762. And remember, for life-threatening emergencies like flooding, roof collapses, fires, or gas leaks, call 911 immediately. Stay informed by subscribing to the Torrance Alerts to receive critical information notifications. Being prepared is the best way to keep our community safe this rainy season. Thank you.
Thank you. And next announcement will be made by Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. The City of Torrance is reinstating street sweeping enforcement to ensure equitable access to clean streets for all residents while maximizing the efficiency of street sweepers. Beginning Tuesday, February 18th through Sunday, March the 16th, the Torrance Police Department will offer a grace period for street sweeping enforcement. During this time, no citations will be given for street sweeping violations, but we encourage everyone to move their cars to help keep our streets clean. Then beginning Monday, March 17, regular street sweeping enforcement will resume, and parking citations will be issued for violations. The fine for non-compliance is $52 per citation. Residents are encouraged to check posted signage and move their vehicles accordingly to avoid fines and support a cleaner community. Please note that all other parking restrictions remain in effect during this period. For more information, including street sweeping schedules and parking regulations, please visit torranceca.gov/street sweeping. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll do the next one. The City of Torrance has begun updating the general plan, land use element, and safety element to better support housing goals, to be more resilient to and be prepared for potential hazards and to meet state laws. Environmental goals, policies, and objectives will also be incorporated into the general plan to reduce pollution exposure, improve air quality, and promote access to public facilities, food, and safe sanitary housing. Tonight, the City Council invites members of the public to participate in 2 upcoming outreach events to help sharpen the update efforts. A community workshop will be held on Thursday, February 20th at 6:30 p.m. in the Katie Geiser Civic Library meeting room. You may also visit the Community Development Department information booth at the Torrance Certified Farmers Market at Wilson Park on Tuesday, February 25th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The City Council encourages everyone to visit the Land Use Element and Safety Element Update webpage to learn more about the updates and take a short 5-minute questionnaire. Your input is invaluable in ensuring a thorough and inclusive update to the land use and safety elements. For questions, please contact the Community Development Department Planning Division at 310-618-5990 or send an email to cddinfo@torranceca.gov. Thank you. Councilman Kaji, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight I'd like to recognize a national observance, the Day of Remembrance, which is held each year on February 19th. On this day in 1942, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which led to the forced incarceration of more than 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry during World War II. This tragic chapter in our nation's history was driven solely by wartime hysteria and racism, stripping individuals and families of their homes, businesses, and freedoms. I'd like to recognize the survivors and their families, many of whom reside in Torrance and throughout the South Bay. We honor their resilience, their contributions to our community, and their unwavering spirit. As we remember this painful past, I also look forward to the establishment of the World War II Campbell Memorial at Columbia Park, a tribute to those who endured this injustice and a reminder of our collective responsibility to uphold and protect civil liberties for all. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Office of the City Clerk invites those interested in serving on the Civil Service Commission or Commission on Aging and who are current on commission certification to apply for the commissions by Thursday, February 20 by 5 p.m. If you are interested and need to take the commission certification class, please email cityclerk, all one word, at torranceca.gov and request to be set up to take the class. Applications are only accepted if the commission certification is current. Appointments will be made at the City Council meeting on March 25th. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And now we have announcements from commissioners on the Commission on Aging. We have Chair Rosie Mayfield and Commissioner Mary Heilman. Please come to the podium.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, thank you for giving us time to talk to you about the Older American Award. The Older American Award is designed to seek out and honor persons 55 years and older who are actively involved in service to others in our community, who have given selflessly to improve our community and the lives of others. This award celebrates those older adults who inspire us with their dedication, compassion, and commitment to make a difference. They exemplify the incredible potential of aging with purpose and grace. The Commission on Aging is soliciting public input and nominating a person that is worthy of such an honor. The eligibility is you can be a nominee, must be a resident of Torrance, and you must be 55 years or older. Anyone that has been a recipient in the past is not eligible. The application can be found on Torrance's website, torranceca.gov. You can click on the heading Government, then you click on Commission on Aging, and there you can find the application. The deadline for the Older American Award is March 20, 2025 at 5 p.m. If you need more information, you can call Jesus Castro at 310-618-2935. Also, you can email Jesus at jesuscastro@torranceca.gov. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners Mayfield and Heilman. Appreciate your service. Moving on, there are no community matters, and we're now to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. It's 7:12. City clerk, do we have any who signed up?
Yes, Your Honor. Carrie?
We can't, I don't know if y'all can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can't do anything if we don't feel safe. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's death is tragic. Tragic for him, tragic for his mother, tragic for the 2 police officers involved, tragic for the department, tragic for the community. Someone lost their life. The Torrance City Council members do not see the importance or need of a civilian oversight committee. Officers make mistakes, and when they are deadly, it's imperative to address them. A civilian oversight committee will make the city of Torrance safer for everyone. When there are grievances or an alleged misdeed, there will be a protocol in place. I'd like to hold up the people who have been killed by TBD: Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Diatri Charles Ross, Desiree Nicole Garza, Michelle Lee Shirley, Michael David Lopez.
Mr. Time's up. Thank you.
Audrey?
There are many definitions for racist. There are people who engage in obviously racist activities or speak in racist terms. There are people who, incite terror due to their racism. But there are also people who are racist because they tolerate, accept, and encourage racism in their midst, because they don't step up, because they would let someone tell them to do something and do it even if they know it's wrong, such as eliminating DEI hiring practices. Those people are racist also. They're part of a systemic racism that infested this government.
No one else has signed up, Your Honor.
Okay, so you can come up. You still can come up. You have 1 minute. And you could just, those that she doesn't have on the list, you could queue up one at a time. Thank you.
So, Mayor Chen, when you said tonight, we can't do anything if we don't feel safe, that really took my breath away. Because yes, right, that's what we have been saying to y'all. We can't do anything if we don't feel safe, and there are people in this community that don't feel safe. And they also don't, when they're experiencing like a safety challenge to their safety, they don't feel safe to call the Torrance police oftentimes. Now that isn't that a thing? Quite a thing. That if something is happening to you and you like, the last thing I need to do is make this worse and call the police. It doesn't feel safe to come into these chambers to tell you about what they've experienced. It's not safe to report to you here. It's not safe to report to the department, for sure. Create an independent civilian oversight commission. Give people a safe space to
We're celebrating, come on out, 25 years of Torrance Theater Company here in your town. We're having the Friends of the Torrance Theater Company and the TTC family are hosting a 25th anniversary gala at the James Armstrong Theater on Friday, March 7th. This evening includes features of retrospect of the last 25 years with performances from our amazing ensemble, including alumni. Some have gone on to Broadway, TV, and film. And this exciting event includes a silent auction, a wine pull, sweet bite and bubbly reception, and dancing under the stars. It's a black tie optional, so those men get to wear a tie and women get to wear, you know, our fancy sequins and all that, heels, no heels. Put a jacket on. We're going to be outside in the evening. But do attend. Tickets are $100. VIPs, check on the website, $200, and let's see what you can get. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. I am Charlie Salinas, and I'm here with a question tonight, maybe for the building department or if somebody on the council or anybody can answer it. The rebuilding of the homes in the fire areas will be starting soon. And I want to know why houses aren't built with metal studs. You have narrow gauge for the interior walls and heavier gauge for the exterior walls. Commercial buildings use metal studs everywhere they're building. Houses have been using wood screws, so the nailing in wooden studs doesn't matter. We can use screws on drywall. So if anybody does not have the answer, that's okay. At least I put the question out there for people to wonder, why don't we use metal studs in homes?
Thank you, Charlie. I'm sure that at some point, if our CDD department has information, maybe we'll put that on our website. Thank you.
Yes, hi, good evening. My first name is Stephen and last name is Yearwood. I am a citizen here in the city of Los Angeles, transplant from New York City. And I did wanted to raise awareness to a matter. I know this has been some time going. Believe it or not, I was a graduate from the class of 2008 and was planning to begin a career in the investment banking sector at that time in New York. And I was a witness to the 2008 global financial crisis, if we all remember that particular point in our time, and people lost their homes and many people were displaced as a result. What I have discovered through my own research is, unfortunately, persons held responsible, largely financial institutions deemed too big to fail, were issuing restitution awards unto some citizens they believed were qualified, so they were using their own metrics to qualify persons for restitution awards while sidelining other people to leave them in the dark. This does not sit well with me. I do not enjoy seeing graduates from Harvard University pull a fast one on us, but you can contact me, steven.yearwood@mail.com, if you have any interests. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on oral communications number 1, please come to the microphone.
Hello everyone, this is Andy Porchop. I would just like to apologize to Mr. Ian Daly. Last time I was here, I misspoke. I said he was working dozens of hours and using the city's resources to working on the annexation of that El Camino village. I was wrong. He did it because you ordered it. So I'm sorry, Mr. Daly, but I know you have to do what Goober says. You know, if Goober says you work on this, you work on that, that's your job. And I apologize, I criticize you. I should have criticized Goober giving you this job, you know, because ideas like this, annexing a city and spending tens of millions of dollars, it's coming from a great man like Goober. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak, please come to the microphone. I don't see any, so we will move on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I don't see any. City Clerk, may we have numbers and titles for items 8B, 8C, and 8G, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is ordinance number 3944, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Chapter 2 of Division 9 by adding a new section, 92.2.12, amending Chapter 2 of Division 9 by adding a new section, 92.2.13, pertaining to solar energy systems and expedited permitting process for electric vehicle supply equipment, EVSE, citywide. The next is ordinance number 3945, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adding Chapter 20 entitled Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code. And the last is resolution number 2025-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for employees represented by Torrance Professional Park and Recreation Employees Organization, TPREO, and repealing resolution number 2023-30.
I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety, including ordinances 3944 and 3945 and resolution 2025-07.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. There are no hearings. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 10A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance. Item 10A is an update from the Office of Economic Development with information gathered since the last update, which was provided on September 24th. Information from this presentation will be posted on the Economic Development website at torranceca.gov/business for future reference. Next slide, please. Since the last update, the City of Torrance has welcomed the city of Oshu, Japan as a friendship city. Oshu is the hometown of Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani. A delegation from Oshu, including their mayor, came to Torrance at the beginning of October to participate in many welcome events, including the Friendship City signing ceremony. Staff were exploring opportunities for sales of wares from Oshu here in Torrance, as well as coordination with the Oshu and the city of Bizen to send youth to participate in an international baseball competition, for them to send youth to participate in an international baseball competition being coordinated by 310 Baseball Travel Ball Group to potentially be held here in Torrance in August. Images shown here on this slide include some of the activities the week the Oshu delegation visited, as well as the International Dodgers Day celebration that took place on November 20th and included the cities of Oshu and Bizan joining us virtually. We also welcomed Changhua Mayor Lin on December 6th to discuss opportunities for Torrance to be a hub for athletes from Taiwan coming to Los Angeles for the Olympics in 2028. Next slide, please. Additional activity that has resulted since investing more time in international relations has been the CPEX, or Center for Professional Exchange, a nonprofit group that supports Japanese-based business and education efforts, reverse logistics event that was held October 23rd at the Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center. This event highlighted R-Cubes, a company with a current location in Ohio and an affiliate here in Torrance. The event allowed for local organizations to learn and explore opportunities around landfill diversion and other environmental concerns. Additionally, economic development staff also joined the mayor at an event on October 9th at the Consul General of Japan's residence to welcome several Japanese-based startups. Follow-up is still taking place with some of the companies and organizations that attended that event, including LaunchStars, an international business incubator that is interested in supporting startups in our area. Next slide, please. The Office of Economic Development continues to support the Chamber of Commerce on various ribbon cuttings, and I know the mayor's always there. And we also coordinate some ribbon cuttings directly with companies that are not chamber members. The Business Visitation Program is also a very important component to business retention and allows not only for the city to learn more about a business, but for a business to establish a connection with City Hall, whether they need support now or in the future. The Torrance team, which also included representation from local company Polypeptide and neighboring Biolabs incubator at the Lundquist Institute, had the opportunity to be featured in a webinar on December 5th, hosted by Life Science Association Biocom, that allowed us to highlight the benefits of doing business in Torrance. We are still coordinating with interested parties from that event. The following week in December, Team Torrance visited New York City to attend the International Council of Shopping Centers, or ICSC, conference. We attended Placer AI's pre-conference showcasing their technology that the city has recently subscribed to that has helped us better integrate hard data into our marketing tools for business attraction. Additionally, the group visited innovative sites such as Chelsea Piers, Hudson Yards, the High Line, Italy, and Mercado Little Spain for inspiration on key components to elevate the offerings here in Torrance. The group also had the opportunity to meet with a New York City councilman to discuss these developments in his district. The icing on the cake was the partnership with Torrance-based semiconductor company Navitas to have a quick video advertisement shown on the NASDAQ billboard in Times Square. At the beginning of last month, the team also attended part of the Consumer Electronics Show, or CES, in Las Vegas, having been invited to participate in the press conference of Sony Honda Mobility's launch of their electric vehicle, Afeela, which has Torrance as its Southern California hub, which leads to, next slide, thank you, business attraction in Torrance. As mentioned, Sony Honda Mobility chose Torrance to launch their electric vehicle, Afeela. The deal was solidified by using the Business Attraction Incentive Program, where we were able to provide assistance with costs to assist with their speedy move into their new site on Prairie Avenue. So far, of the $100,000 that was allocated for $54,381.88 has been spent to cover various permit and expediting fees. Next slide, please. The Economic Development team continues to work in partnership with multiple city departments on carrying out downtown revitalization in accordance with the City Council-approved Downtown Revitalization and Connectivity Plan. Community Development has installed additional string lights along Marcelina and El Prado. Public Works coordinated replacement installation of palm tree planters at intersections on Sartori. And the Community Services Department coordinated holiday light decorations for the first time at the Kennedy Parklet. In addition, most recently, Public Works installed new stop signs on Cabrillo and updated signage for the parking structure. Community development is currently plan checking the gateway signage that will be constructed at Torrance Boulevard and Sartori Avenue, Carson Street and Cabrillo Avenue, and Torrance Boulevard and Cravens Avenue. The state Natural Resources Agency grant will fund streetscape improvements along Cabrillo, and we'll see that later this year. As reported in the last update, the efforts so far to create a business improvement district have not received enough support for formation. The required 50.1% of assessments to support the petition to approve was not received in time for the bid to be created and take effect this year. The current percentage in support is 33.45%. The bid steering committee of the Downtown Torrance Association, however, would like to continue to pursue the formation, and the Office of Economic Development is coordinating with Team Civics along with Urban Place Consulting to aid with stepped-up outreach to property owners. In addition, measures to strengthen the Downtown Torrance Association, which could serve potentially as the governing body for the bid, include the formalization of the entity as a 501c3, which was achieved in November. The Downtown Torrance Association is also investing in the creation and management of a website to further market efforts of the organization in general. Additionally, special events continue successfully to bring more foot traffic and awareness to the downtown through the events such as the Scare Down and the Holiday Stroll. And with our new Placer AI tool, we identified that the Scare Down event brought over 9,000 visitors that evening. And for the Holiday Stroll, there were over 5,000 visitors. Next slide, please. An additional enhancement to the downtown area with financial support from the Facade Improvement Program will be upgrades to lighting and security in the downtown parking structure. The owner participation agreement has been signed for this project and submitted to the city. So that will be moving forward to make that structure more safe and secure. Next slide, please. Local auto sales, maybe hard to see that chart. Local auto sales are averaging about 298 cars each weekend, or an average of 1,339 a month, which is slightly higher than the average of 292 and 1,167 respectively for that last reporting period in September. For comparison, in 2023, we were seeing an average of 277 each weekend, or 1,108 per month. So that's gone up a little bit. Next slide, please. The number of visitors to Torrance hotels has remained steady, with occupancy higher than in neighboring cities and in the state, with rates in general slightly higher than earlier in the year. Occupancy is averaging 83.6. Average daily rate is averaging $166.40, and the revenue per available room is averaging $139.23 for the past 4-month period. Next slide, please. Special events and filming also is overseen in the city manager's office. Permitted special events since September include a company picnic and Circus Vargas, 16 events with application fees received as $650 and total other fees of $31,960, include park reservation fees and some staffing hours. The special events team has also been spearheading the special event with the Irish Fair Foundation, which will be a 2-day event at Wilson Park to take place June 14th and 15th. Council has approved this event with a subsidy of not to exceed $20,700, and an item will be returning to Council shortly to approve appropriation of this support from the Economic Development Assistance Funds. Film permits for the period for commercials such as Aldi, Budweiser, and Progressive Insurance, as well as reality television and student films, include 15 permits with total permit fees of $9,544, total PD fees of over $28,000, and community services department fees of $2,800. Torrance continues to be an attractive place for filming activity, and appreciation is regularly expressed for the city's film and business friendliness. Next slide, please. Coming soon, I'm winding up here. The tech committee actually just met, so it's come and gone, but they'll be meeting again. They met on January 30th. This meeting reconvened a broad-based group of innovative businesses to connect with each other, hear updates from the city, and tour the hosting business. The group plans to meet quarterly and will further discuss their mission as well as the opportunity to take on an innovation challenge which could serve as this year's Pitch Torrance. So more on that to come. On February 27th, the next breakfast with the mayor will take place in partnership with JLL Commercial Real Estate Firm and select retailers and restaurant operators. The theme to this event will be the current state of retail and positioning Torrance, or making known the position of Torrance as a safe and business-friendly location for investment as we continue to work to attract higher-end retailers and dining options to Torrance. On March 19th, the city has the opportunity to host the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation, or LADC's, 88 City Summit at the Cultural Arts Center. This will provide us an opportunity to further our messaging to our counterparts in other cities, as well as business members and partners of the LADC. We do also plan to invite the LA Consular Corps as well to introduce them to the city of Torrance. Additionally, the LADC will hold their annual Select LA event May 8th in Los Angeles. Rather than holding our own Select Torrance event, we plan to staff a booth at the LADC event to promote business attraction and foreign direct investment to Torrance. And I'm losing my voice. To further Select Torrance messaging, we plan to invite the LA Consular Corps, as I mentioned, and we will have that. Thank you. Thank you very much. With the consuls general that would come to visit us, they'll have the opportunity to learn more about what we have to offer businesses and to tour our city, as well as discussing opportunities where Torrance may be a home base for international athletes coming to Los Angeles to acclimate and train prior to major competitions in the area. Lastly, as was referred to in an earlier slide, the city brought together representatives from the youth baseball community to discuss an international youth competition coming to Torrance. One of the travel ball programs that exists already and already does a friendship games program is pursuing and working on coordinating to include representatives from our friendship cities. Next slide, please. And with that, the information that I share tonight will be able to be found on the Economic Development website, as I mentioned, and earlier updates can be found there as well. They are archived, and I thank you very much for listening, and I stand by for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran, and thank you for hanging in there, losing your voice there. I think many people are losing their voices this last month. And at this moment, let's go to the public. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item, please come up to the microphone. You got 1 minute.
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchak. A wonderful presentation. As always, I just have one question. Spending all this money, how much we raking in? Like, where is the door? So one or two idea, like, selling cars and whatever, that's a great idea if people can afford it. It brings in good sales tax and the hotel, if they come to the hotel. But the rest of the thing, you know what I mean? You're just losing $20,000 so the Irish can drink. You know what I mean? What kind of this is? This thing is, you're spending money to not rake in money, goober. You put in a little and then you get out a lot. That business. You know what I mean? This is not business. You're putting in millions of dollars in downtown Torrance. Where is the dough? Where is the profit? Why are you raising?
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any. I'll bring it up to the council. Any council members have comments or questions on this item? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fran Fulton, for the presentation. Very helpful. And I think to bring businesses in Torrance, we need to spend money to bring businesses. Uh, uh, do we have any information for the net business licensing impact because of all your efforts? How many business licenses we have today and how many we had about a year ago? Do you have that information? I should have asked.
I'm sure that we could gather that information from finance.
You can share that with us as well, and also the net impact in this fiscal year from businesses. What did we bring? I know we have finance records for that, but reports like that, it'd be a good idea to bring those figures so we know what are we getting out of this.
Sure.
Just a suggestion.
Yep, we can certainly look at that. One thing to keep in mind is that the size of businesses and the number of employees, the revenues that they bring could vary too. So it may not necessarily be a higher number, but it may be, I don't want to say quality, but more advantageous for us, the businesses that are coming in through our efforts.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If we can also
Categorize
present
them,
the
maybe.
figures, how much money we get and how many businesses we receive, and just to figure something, it gives you the true story. What's the net gain for all your efforts?
Sure,
Appreciate it.
we can do that, and we can look at the industries too if we're seeing an increase in certain industries.
And what's happening in Torrance, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you for the presentation. My question to you goes back to our international relations and business development, and more specifically, our friendship cities. I was a champion of it when it was originally presented. As a matter of fact, I think I delivered the swing vote to get it to go in. When we initially started that, we had a zero budget. Then I think our next budget was $70,000. Do we have an accounting of how much money we've spent on the entire Friendship Cities program, and that includes cultural exchanges, celebrations?
We do.
Councilman Adam Torrance, City Manager, as part of our upcoming budget process, we are collecting the data from all the various efforts, including staff time, and we'll be able to share that if Finance Director wants to add on additional information.
Councilwoman, I don't know if this is on. I think it's on. No real detailed additional information that I can provide, but we're tallying, like City Manager Sparian said, all the staff time that's gone into those different efforts, as well as the non-wage sort of materials and supplies that went into to put on those efforts. So.
Okay, and that's printing cost, travel cost, anything that's tied to that. And then do we have any mechanism to track the level of return that we're getting back from these efforts? Because it's important. My concern is it seems like that we're hyper-focused on one geographic area. I want to make sure we're expanding to get all of the potential possibilities we have for businesses and relationships to come into Torrance.
The one we can definitely track is the Sony-Honda partnership as far as Afila coming to Torrance. In regards to some of the other initiatives, those will take some time to be able to determine the direct correlation of our efforts as far as the additional hotel stays generated through the Friendship Cities or the concepts of friendship games related to sports. And through our recent Placer AI software, we can start to track some of that movement and incorporate into future updates as far as some return on investment. Since I think that's what you're requesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in, is definitely what our return on investment is compared to what we've already expended. And that includes going back to our trip to South Korea, which, by the way, I loved. Still keeping in contact with some of the connections that I met there. But I just want to make sure that we're doing an accurate accounting of this program as we would any other city program. And then start to talk about what expansion of our international relations looks like. The second question I have, and this is probably before my time on the Honda Sony Afila deal, how long has that been in the pipeline? I know we just got it across the finish line and very excited for that.
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
Good evening, Honor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. The first awareness we had of a potential interest was on our return from our Sacramento legislative advocacy trip this past April of '24. Staff had to quickly assemble our recruitment package, prepare our pitch, and beat out the competitive agency in Orange County in order to secure their interest in Torrance.
And I'm so happy. Thank you for everyone that got in on that. That's definitely a major win. Can't wait to go test drive one. But if we can get those numbers back right before our next budget cycle so we can see how much money we're actually spending on, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we're grouping our international relations and business development in with friendship cities into one program, or those still remain two separate things?
The travel, Adam Chaparian, City Manager, Councilman, the travel we're tying to the Friendship City program. The other efforts as far as collateral material, staff time, those are within our economic development initiatives. But we plan to give you the full breadth of expenditures as you deliberate for future direction in our efforts and resources.
Okay, because so my confusion is in the cultural outreach portion versus the bringing in the international business development. So I just want to make sure we're capturing all of it together.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
And some of that is interrelated, but we will be able to give you the full picture as to the efforts to date.
Right, so all of the interrelated things together,
Everything.
just the full comprehensive picture so we can better make a decision of how we should move along in the future.
Absolutely, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to talk about the downtown Torrance revitalization a little bit. Are we having any electrical problems in downtown Torrance?
Yes.
Can I have a little more detail?
I know that the streetlights are operated by Edison, and the outages that keep recurring are reported regularly to Edison. We do have regular meetings with them as well. I know it's old infrastructure, which is not an excuse, but we're working to try to find a solution to it.
Your Honor, members of the council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office again. To add to Economic Development Manager Fulton's explanation, we have a monthly meeting with representatives from Community Development, Public Works, Economic Development from the city side, permitting and maintenance and government affairs on SCE side. Staff has been raising these concerns since, I believe, mid-November, November 14th, sticks out in my mind. It has been a continuous point of frustration for the city. It seems an annual occurrence of challenges with the streetlight, that is the street lighting system that is managed by SCE in downtown. We have escalated it to management in SCE, and we expect to have an answer here shortly on what their challenges are and what their plan is to expedite repairs that are needed. That staff shares the frustration of council and the businesses in downtown.
Your Honorable Mayor and Council Members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, to add on to that, to help supplement the lighting down there, we have adjusted the string lights to stay on longer, to have some lights down there while we're going through this process so it's not pitch black down there.
For the strings that are out, how do we go about fixing them?
There's actually only one set of strings that are that are out right now, and the contractor should be out there very shortly to fix that. That's in the intersection of El Prado and Satori, I think it is. The other ones are all up and running.
Yeah, we were just having dinner in downtown Torrance and had my aunt come out and join us. And so, yes, we were just discussing it again, how dark it is down there and how difficult it is for the businesses and those of us trying to find our cars, and we want it to be a safe place. So thank you. I think it's my next one, I believe. Going the wrong way in the presentation. In the auto sales, do we have year-over-year data? How are things moving along since post-pandemic?
The sales are higher than they were during the pandemic, and with the chip shortage, But I still would say, I don't know, finance director might chime in too, but I would say they're probably still pretty flat.
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Department. While sale numbers are on the stronger end, well, a couple steps back. They were extremely strong coming out of the pandemic. Despite the shortages in supply, prices were extremely high. So as a revenue incoming to the city, it was quite strong. Since that peak, a couple years after the pandemic, it has flattened and kind of waned a bit since then. So we've seen some declines in terms of the raw revenue dollars, while the sale volume is maybe still strong. The per price is clearly declining as a result.
One thing I might note anecdotally, we have heard from at least one of the car dealers that they're looking for more space for inventory storage. So at one point, everyone was looking for space. So I see that as a good sign that they're seeing more turnover.
So our first one, I was going to ask what our projections were. So one has come forward with good projections.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one, I believe, is a question about the Irish Fair. I remember the 20,700 being in the presentation, but when the motion came forward, did we say 20,000 or 20,700 as far as what we're willing? Can we go back to the film and double check that?
I believe it
number?
was, Adam Chapman,
Not
city
to
manager, I believe it
exceed,
was
right,
not
yeah.
to exceed into half of what the initial ask was.
Yeah,
Was the
it was a
direction.
50%, which
Right.
it was round off roughly around 20,000 max.
We'll confirm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure.
I'll make sure when I bring the item that I have that correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think I want to spend a couple of minutes. First of all, I want to just acknowledge that back to the Afila question. I just want to acknowledge my colleague here, Councilman Kaji, when our assistant city manager said it was a phone call in the Uber car in Sacramento. I believe Assistant City Manager Danny Santana's in the car. Our current finance director is in the car. I was in the car. Councilman Kaji's in the car when he received the phone call. And just you know, and from that phone call on is, can we have a meeting? And we knew we had game on at that time because, you know, we're going head to head with a city in Orange County to capture this new automaker, a joint venture of Sony and Honda. And it was through his prior relationship in businesses that he knew about this company who was supporting Sony Honda at the time. And in the background, not many folks even know that he actually, on his personal time, even reached out to the U.S. Embassy in Japan, in Tokyo, to even try to help acquire a visa for the incoming new president of Sony Honda Mobility of Los Angeles. And so we actually put together a whole package, and we assigned our assistant city manager, Danny Santana, as the single point of contact for a full concierge service to make sure we knock down all the walls and obstacles. And CDD, you know, Michelle's department helped expedite getting everything through. And this is was, I'll call it a Torrance advantage at its best from our economic development point of view. So in a nutshell, it took a lot of that kind of efforts, a lot of stuff on personal time in the background to get the win in the FILA. I'm going to go back a little bit also, share a little bit about the concept of friendship cities and the promotion of 2020 Olympics, because a lot of it came from some of the vision I had even back as a councilman and even as a mayor, is that for our city to be vibrant in the future, not just for one election cycle, we're talking about for the long term, for the long game. The city's number one priority is public safety, as we said earlier. Without our best public safety team here, businesses will not want to come here. So for more businesses to come, such as recently last night, I'll give you an example. I was at I still call it Restaurant Row. You look at the new restaurants ever since Murray Calendar and all the way up to the Elephant Bar closed down, even the old Curry House. We have a whole new wave of 21st century restaurants, from Murugami Udon, Board and Brew, Kebab Shop. I memorize it in my head now. Teriyaki Madness and the soft opening of the Flood restaurant. It was packed last night. To have economic development vibrant in our community, and then we add on the upcoming World Cup 2026, LA 28, the Friendships Games. I was at the DoubleTree 2 years ago at midnight, receiving a group of friends coming in from Taiwan, from Shinzu, and I noticed a whole group of Japan airline flight attendants. Their arrival at DoubleTree was supposed to be at 10, so they were delayed. So I'm sitting there waiting to receive them. It was midnight, and I see a group of female flight attendants from Japan Airlines. They're normally at the Miyako Hybrid because, there was some construction nearby. So for a while, they went and stayed at a DoubleTree. They came back at midnight holding all these souvenirs that was from the LA Angels. And I got curious, and it looked like a bunch of Shohei souvenirs. So I said, by the way, I'm the mayor of the city of Torrance. I believe you're flight attendants. And in my head, I'm thinking, flight attendants on international flight, they come and they probably want to sleep and get ready for the round trip back to Japan. So I said, where did you all go? It's midnight. And they said, we went to watch Shohei play. And that further reinforced for some of the ideas. Our city we're number 3 sales tax contributor in the 88 cities in LA County. We fight and compete with our neighboring cities across the county day in and day out. What are some competitive advantages the city of Torrance have? I think our competitive advantage, we are a safe city. We're a clean city. And if you just look at the makeup of our city council, almost many nations of the country are also represented here. When I got elected as mayor and Councilman Kaji got elected as councilman, yes, obviously, a lot of nations of the Pacific Rim took special interest as well. Started with Consul General of Japan visiting us actually back in July 2022, and then Consul General of Korea. The interest is just showing up. And then who would have known that we have Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto signing with the LA Dodgers? The stars began to line a little bit better. Our competition for the same sales tax from our surrounding LA County neighbors, what do we have? The additional part is, instead of fighting for the same sales tax from the same customers, from Palos Verdes all the way up to El Segundo, we have the advantage of an international outreach. Another group of folks who will come to the United States, who will prepare for the 2026 World Cup, prepare for the LA 28, to compete. Now that the Dodgers got a trio now, I think Sasaki just came on. So the tourists come in. So we're talking about reporting that Fran just did, right? So some of this takes a little time to do the one-on-one. I would say the easy ROI is when all of us took the trip to Japan for the Kashiwa 50th anniversary and then to South Korea. The other things is we're building that solid foundation for other companies to come, right? Just like Launch Stars. Now they know they're going to be introducing new startups into the city of Torrance. iProton, the proton cancer therapy company, they're looking for a place to open up in the city of Torrance from Taiwan. And I believe with the baseball tournament coming up in August, that's going to be a big hit. That becomes tourists, more innovation. I was at the Japan House last Friday. I was invited. And some of these things are a little bit intangible. You can't tell. Because when I go, it's free, right? You guys don't calculate my hours, whether I was in the Japan House Friday night, meeting with the Japan Business Association 64th anniversary, or Sunday night in El Monte, celebrating Lunar New Year, and also joining a celebration of $1 million donation for the LA County fire hazard. Some of those things are a little bit intangible, and it takes time to develop that solid base foundation. Someone asked, did you bring in Muragami Udon? Did you bring in the pho place? Did you bring in Bafang? I said, I can't claim credit. All we do as collectively as a team here, along with city staff, is provide that safe environment, clean environment, a business economic team that's forward-leaning, that we're willing to do something a little bit different, like going to ICSC to really promote the city of Torrance, to be on the NASDAQ dashboard, to go to CES. And then I've even looked at the chart that Fran has, that says coming soon. It has a picture of me in the upper right corner. I got invited to sit on a panel with JLL talking about Asian retail investment in the United States. And that only happened because Jen and I were at ICSC last year, and I was introduced to this person from JLL for 30 seconds. And then here I am sitting next to the chairman of 99 Ranch Supermarket, #1 Chinese supermarket chain in the United States. Bafang Dumpling, that's in the former Curry House location, the #1 dumpling chain in the country of Taiwan. We don't know if there's a one-to-one correspondence, but I could guarantee that with each one of us being ambassadors for our city, wherever we go, that 2 weeks ago, we were supposed to have the Consul General of Australia come, right? And Consul General of Italy. And it's because we get invited to different places, and we promote the city of Torrance as the home base for these major international cities who's going to be coming to LA, whether it's for the World Cup when they're playing at SoFi or Dignity Health. And we want them to be staying at the city of Torrance as home base, because they could compete elsewhere where they have big arenas and big stadiums, but we're marketing our city so that they will live here, stay at our hotels, and go to our restaurants. So those are some of the things we're doing. And the Irish Fair, right? So we're really looking at all the opportunities. When the head person from Huntington Beach from Irish Fair we come, yeah, let's talk about it. We're willing to invest a little bit of time and energy to bring in new business in the city of Torrance so that we are not just like any other cities. The fact that LAEDC is going to allow Torrance to host the 88 City Summit March 19th. It just doesn't happen by happenstance. It's because we are working for this for the long term. So I just want to thank all my colleagues here. There's a lot of things we do. Even Councilman Gerson, when we had the friendship cities with Beeson and Oshu here, I didn't know he was, such a, I don't know what's the right term, yeah, I don't know that's a sake connoisseur. We learn more about each other and sharing the culture. And a lot of times business development is developing that relationships, develop a relationship of trust. Then they'll say, yeah, we're willing to potentially establish our business here. And I think we've done a lot of firsts. And I just want to thank all of my colleagues and the staff here for really stepping up. And I see 2025, there's going to be a lot of firsts. And thank you, Fran. And I know we recruited Jen to help us with a lot of our marketing, and the whole communications team. We've changed all our communication. If you look at our flyers and marketing material and how we do Instagrams and social media posts, I think if someone look at our marketing material to bring in business to the Torrance in the last 2 years, I think it's easy, Steve, we really up our game. And so that, if someone comes to City of Torrance, they will see that there is, I think the right term is called the Torrance advantage. Thank you, Fran.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for bearing with me. I just got a little excited because there's a lot of potentials, but it's for the long game, not for just one election cycle. And with that, I'll take a motion to accept and file.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that was fun, bringing the bottle of sake and having the Consul General ask to see the bottle. And thank you for letting me do the toast. That was very enjoyable. I move that we accept and file the economic development update.
I second.
start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you, Fran, and thank you, Team Torrance, for all your efforts in the economic development area. Item 10B. Looks like it says from the mayor. Is there a staff presentation, or should I be reading something?
We'll cover you, Mayor.
Okay, got
All
it.
right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. This past fall, the City of Torrance's longtime director on the Metropolitan Water District Board, Russell Lefebvre, announced his pending retirement. Mr. Lefebvre has served with distinction as the city's MWD director since 2013. His great dedication to the role in advocating for Torrance and its residents has been greatly appreciated. Item 10B is a recommendation to the mayor that City Council appoint Mr. Raymond J. as the City of Torrance representative on the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California Board of Directors for the remaining balance of the term ending December 31st, 2028. Pursuant to Ordinance 3387, the city's MWD director shall be appointed by the mayor with approval of the City Council. The recruitment was announced by the mayor during November City Council meetings, and the position was advertised on the city's website and NeoGov page. An ad hoc committee consisting of the mayor and City Council members Matucci and Sheikh reviewed the qualifications of candidates that submitted their resume and cover letter. After careful review, the mayor's ad hoc committee is recommending the appointment of Mr. Raymond J. as the city's new representative on the MWD Board of Directors effective April 1st, 2025, subject to the City Council's formal action. Mr. J. has extensive background, including 30 years of experience in the water industry, and is currently an MWD employee in their Water Resources section. In addition, Mr. J. has been a member of the Torrance Water Commission for 7 years and served as its chair for 3 years. The city's new director must be certified by the MWD Legal Department and be formally seated and sworn in by the Metropolitan Board at one of their regular meetings. In the interim, Mr. Lefebvre, true to fashion, has agreed to remain as the city's MWD director until such time. Staff from the Public Works and City Managers team are available for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think at this moment, we have to go. Does any member of the public who wish to speak on this item or this appointment? Please come to the microphone.
Hello. This is Andy Porchap. I just speak because nobody else speaks. The room is almost empty, and this guy, in my opinion, without any sarcasm, is a great guy. And the past 5-6 years, I saw his presentations, and I think he was, or he is, very knowledgeable, and I think he did an excellent job without celebrating himself. So I was happy with his service, and I hope the new guy gonna be the same, and it's gonna be a transition. I just wish the water prices did not go up, but it was out of his control. So things getting expensive. I understand that. So thank you for his service.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll bring it up to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I never thought I would say that Pork Chop took most of what I was going to say. So thank you. I said you took most of what I was going to say. No problem. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Lefebvre. Definitely a legend in the water world. He's always been available to answer any questions or explain to us non-water people how things work. So I want to thank you for your dedication and your service. Have no doubt in the world that when Mr. J is confirmed, he's going to take over for you. But thank you for everything that you've done in your many years of service and representing the city of Torrance so well.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I also like to take this opportunity and thank Mr. LaFay for all your hard work, your dedication, and teaching us a lot about water. I had an opportunity to go with you to the Sacramento trip. That was wonderful. And at one point, I thought somebody was calling you Mr. Water rather than Mr. LaFay. So you are so knowledgeable. Thank you for all your service. Thank you for hard work, and thank you for helping us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? Councilman Kaji.
Is the individual in the chambers tonight?
Councilman, this is Danny with the city manager's office. Yes, he is.
Mr. J, would you stand up so that the rest of the council could see you, just in case you're ready? And then Russ LaFay, will you please also stand so we can recognize you? And thank you for your many years of service. Before we take more comments from the council, Russ LaFay, do you have some words you would like to share with us? Please come to the microphone, and we appreciate you for your many years of dedicated service and extending your retirement as a director to allow us a continuous bridge handoff to our new director. Mr. LaFay?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council people. As I enter my 90th year, it's been a highlight of my life to serve the city of Torrance as their representative to the Metropolitan Water District. I've attempted to help the Metropolitan Water District develop and carry out water policies throughout our region. And I believe Torrance has benefited from my service. It's my fervent belief that Raymond will be a super representative to the Metropolitan Water District. And before I leave the podium, I want to mention that this afternoon we had a board meeting, and we were visited by high-level city representatives from Altadena who came on, and they were very complimentary of the work that the Metropolitan Water District did for them. We had Metropolitan staff spread out in every operational area in the Pacific Palisades and Altadena. We had kind of a special office in the Rose Bowl. We were all over helping with the fires. We supplied heavy equipment, and we have a fleet of large water trucks that were kept hugely busy. Torrance should be very, very pleased with the Met activity, and and before I leave, this was great. This was just a terrific experience. Oh my God. I'm sure that Raymond is going to have a splendid opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. LaFay. I can see that you're a 90-year-old bundle of joy. And okay, as Assistant City Manager said, I think the subcommittee of Councilman Shea, Councilman Tucci, and I actually talked to all the candidates, and so we came up to recommend to the entire council the appointment of Mr. Raymond J. As the City of Torrance representative as a director of the Metropolitan Water District. And so do we need a motion for that? I'll take a motion to concur with
Your
the
Honor,
recommendation.
It's also a resolution.
Oh, I didn't see the resolution. Okay, City Clerk, may you provide us with the number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2025-08, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, appointing Raymond J. to fill the upcoming position as the City of Torrance Director on the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California Board of Directors.
Motion to adopt resolution 2025-08. Thank you, Mr. LaFay, and welcome, Mr. J.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, the motion carried unanimously.
All right. Thank you and congratulations, Mr. J. I think the effectivity is April 1, I believe. I don't know if that was read earlier. I know there are some business Mr. J needs to wrap up. So we thank you for stepping up and offering your service to the city of Torrance. All right. There are no agency agenda items. I'm going to go on to oral communications. Thank you and congratulations, Mr. J. All right. Oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda under the Ralph and Brown Act. City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to comments made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2 and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to City Clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. So for those who did not have an opportunity to speak during oral communications number 1 and wish to speak now, please step up to the microphone. Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to go to the City Council. Today, the order starts with Councilman Gerson.
I'm going to be a little funny tonight. My son's playing ice hockey right now, but I brought a pickleball paddle, and I had to pay for it. It was not free, and the Kings don't know I'm doing this, so I'm not getting any remuneration for it. But March 15th, they're having a pickleball themed night, and so I got one of the paddles because I hear that the mayor, when our new pickleball courts come online, that we're going to do an inter-city competition. So I have my paddle, and now I have to learn the rules. So I'm ready for that.
And I think you have extra time now because I believe the courts are coming as opposed to spring of this year. It might be later this year. So I think you just bought yourself maybe 6 months of practice time.
That's good. Anyways, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Well, happy Valentine's Day, Councilman Gerson and my colleagues and everyone here tonight. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a little bit of something. In downtown Torrance, it's a cooperative effort between AARP and the city of Torrance, located at 1339 Post Avenue. AARP Tax Aid is offering no-cost, simple tax preparation. Appointments are not necessary. AARP membership is not necessary. All you need to do is actually walk in, and it's available to all low to moderate income or taxpayers, regardless of your age. So once again, that's a wonderful program offered to the city residents. It's next to the Historical Society, Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 9 to 2:30 through April 15th. If you have any questions, you can reach out to the city or actually, once again, just stop by 1339 Post Avenue. Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just want to wish a happy belated birthday to Mayor Chin, who celebrated his birthday last week. Hopefully you had a joyous celebratory occasion. And also to tell the Torrance Rose Float Association in their celebratory dinner, it was very well done and we enjoyed it. So I think that's all for this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
I got nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Shake.
Happy birthday and happy Valentine's. Thanks. Keep it short.
All right. looks like we're moving on. Everybody wants to get back tonight or get out. However, we are not finished yet. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. At this time, we are going to return to closed session. We just returned from closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting. Or not?
I make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting to Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, 5 p.m. for closed session, 6:30 for regular session in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Shake, thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you and good night. It's 9:06.